The Democratic leader.
Thank you. Mr. President, what is a very bad leader? What does a bad leader do when they get bad news? Shoot the messenger. That's just what happened with the head of the Bureau of Labor Statistics. Today we got some of the worst labor numbers that we've gotten in a long time. The economy added only a paltry 73,000 jobs last month, but that wasn't the worst of it. We learned the economy actually added less than 20,000 jobs each in May and June, following 2 months of Donald Trump's Liberation Day. That's 250,000 fewer jobs more than we thought. So, of course, that's very bad news for the economy. But what does Donald Trump do? Instead of trying to fix the economy, he shoots the messenger. The woman he fired, the head of the Bureau of Labor Statistics, passed this Senate 88-8. Vice President Vance voted for her. And now, fire her. Well, Donald Trump, firing her isn't going to relieve the chaos that you've created with your ramshackle tariff regime. Shooting the messenger isn't going to make the jobs that we're losing in health care and clean energy because of your so-called big, beautiful bill come back. None of this will change. The American people will still suffer in exactly the same way that they did an hour ago before you fired the head of the BLS. You know, Donald Trump sometimes admires dictators. He admires them. Well, he sometimes acts just like them. It's classic Donald Trump. When he gets the news he doesn't like, he shoots the messenger. Now, there's a word for this when the Soviet Union does it, when the dictators of the Russians did it. They called it pripisky. It meant fire the messenger, don't change your policies. As long as Donald Trump keeps firing messengers who bring him truth, he hates truth when he doesn't agree with it. As long as he does that, this economy will not improve. Inflation and costs to the American people will not go away. New jobs will not return to this country. He ought to start governing like a leader, not like someone who imitates authoritarian leaders. I yield the floor.
Senator from South Carolina.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I rise today to talk about two important topics. One was the loss of a remarkable South Carolinian. Mr. Lloyd Wayne Coppage of Myrtle Beach went to be with the Lord on July the 19th at a young, spry age of 80. Lloyd Coppage, a great American and a great friend of mine, was a devoted husband, father, grandfather, great-grandfather, and a dedicated friend. He had a business career marked by both heart and integrity. Lloyd purchased the Wolverine Brass in Myrtle Beach, where he not only led the company to success, but also created a work culture built on compassion and respect. His legacy lies in the lives he's touched, whose lives are better because of him. Lloyd was a giant of a man, and he will be missed by me and thousands of South Carolinians. I also, Mr. President, wanted to talk about the success of the one big, beautiful bill. We're nearly at the 1 month mark, and the benefits to South Carolinians and Americans are remarkable. Let me just talk first for a few minutes about the success of historic firsts in the bill. The Trump accounts for every child is fantastic, but I wanted to spend a minute or two on the success of the tax credits for school choice embedded in that one big, beautiful bill. I will tell you, as a kid growing up in poverty, I went to 4 elementary schools by the 4th grade. So I know firsthand the importance of making sure that every single child in South Carolina, and I dare say every single child in America, deserves quality education. I don't care whether that's a private school, public school, homeschool, charter school. I want every child to have a choice in education. I believe the old motto is correct. When a parent has a choice, their child has the best chance at success in this nation, because education is the closest thing to magic in America. We can also celebrate the continuation of opportunity zones made permanent in that big, beautiful bill. I will say without any question, in 2017, in the Tax Cut and Jobs Act, we passed, for the first time, my opportunity zone legislation. And as a result, over the last nearly 10 years, less than 10 years, we've seen over $90 billion invested in high poverty communities across our nation. And at home in South Carolina, we have 135 designated areas. And in those areas, we've seen over 18,000 jobs created, almost 4,000 housing units since its inception, and all of that nationwide with less than a 5% gentrification. We also wanted to target education in a different way, making sure that we would allow coaches and athletic staff to claim out-of-pocket job-related expenses on their taxes, just like we do for classroom teachers. So many American educators, too many coaches have to reach into their own pockets to make sure their students and their athletes have what it takes, not only on the field, but in the classrooms and even at home. There's benefits in the big, beautiful bill for every single South Carolinian, whether it's job creation, lower taxes, or stronger communities. The one big, beautiful bill brings home so many resources for thousands of South Carolinians. I think about the campaign promises made on the trail. Those same promises are producing for hardworking middle-class Americans. I think about my good friend who has a professional career waiting as a waitress. Jackie States is her name. She benefits tremendously from lowering taxes on tips. This is a campaign promise, Mr. President, that President Trump made on the trail, and we delivered for the American people by reducing, nearly eliminating tax on tips for so many people in the service industry. I was walking through the airport, and officers of the law, thank God for the law enforcement officers across this country who dedicate their lives to keeping all of us safe. But I'll never forget the comments made just a week or so ago by a few officers who are now more excited than ever to work overtime because President Trump has made it easier to keep more of their overtime wages in their pockets and not in Uncle Sam's coffers. This is good news for public safety, and it is great news for law enforcement families. Mr. President, our President Trump went a step further when he said he wanted to reduce the taxes on our senior citizens living every day. Some of them paycheck to paycheck. So what did our president do? He lowered taxes on Social Security, making it easier for our senior citizens on fixed incomes to make those very difficult ends meet. This is a big win for our seniors. I could also go on about the expanding tax credits for beauty salons and barbershops, the legislation that I wrote that helps more than 1 million small businesses, many of them minority businesses and rural businesses that desperately needed the assistance. Mr. President, I could go on about the importance of President Trump's work on securing our border, finishing the border wall with the extra resources, or talk about stopping the flow of fentanyl coming through our southern border or ports of entry. I could spend some time being thankful that we have Border Patrol agents that will be better resourced with better tools, restoring law and order in our nation because of that one big, beautiful bill. I could also, Mr. President, talk about how our military is better equipped with the tools of the future, not the 21st century, but the 22nd century. How, through the funding of the Golden Dome or improving the quality of life for our men and women in uniform by having more resources deployed to make sure that our military remains the finest fighting force on the planet. Or how we modernized our military. Or drill, baby drill. The ability to find more resources in the energy sector. As energy production goes up, Mr. President, prices come down. Not just prices at the pump, but prices at the grocery store. Whatever it takes to bring to the American people by energy, those prices go down, affordability goes up. I can go on and on and on, Mr. President, about that one big, beautiful bill, but time does not allow me to continue. I'll just close with this. I am thankful that we live in a country where our elected officials who run for office can be held responsible and accountable by the promises they make. We, the American people, can see the promises they keep. And this American, Mr. President, I will concede. This American, Mr. President, I will say, is very happy that that one big, beautiful bill helps working class Americans, helps women working and earning tips, helps men in barbershops. Mr. President, I can just tell you, this is one happy American because of the benefits coming out of that one big, beautiful bill. And I hope more Americans hear about the details of that fabulous piece of legislation that you worked so hard on and that I worked so hard on, because the American people can celebrate 4 more years, common sense, higher wages, lower taxes, and lower prices. Mr. President, I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Senator from Maine.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I'm about to propound a unanimous consent request that will allow this body to proceed with 3 appropriations bills that were approved by the Senate Appropriations Committee with overwhelming bipartisan support. Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that notwithstanding Rule 22 and at a time to be determined by the majority leader in consultation with the Democratic leader, the Senate resumed consideration of calendar number 121, H.R. 3944, and the committee reported substitute amendment be withdrawn. That during the consideration of H.R. 3944, the Collins substitute amendment number 3411, which is the Military Construction, Veterans Affairs Appropriations Bill, and the Agriculture Appropriations Bill, be considered an Appropriations Committee amendment for purposes of Rule 16, with no other Rule 16 points of order waived by this agreement. That H.R. 3944, as engrossed by the House of Representatives on June 25, 2025, and H.R. 4121, as reported by the House Appropriations Committee on June 25, 2025, serve as the basis for defense of germaneness under Rule 16 for any floor amendments, and that it be in order for floor amendments to amend the substitute in more than one place. That following the manager's package of amendments be considered, that the following manager's package of amendments be considered and agreed to en bloc to number 3411. The Paul Amendment, number 3070. Shaheen Grassley, 3430. Smith, 3025. Hirono, 3409. Rounds, 3081. Rounds, 3082. Bud Shaheen, number 3416. Hawley, number 3080. Rosen Cortez Masto, number 3208. Cornyn, number 3073. Hirono, number 3110. Shaheen, number 3431. Klobuchar, number 3418. Crapo Rosen, number 3163. Blumenthal, number 3433. Booker Tuberville, number 3200. Moran, number 3190. Crapo Merkley, 3220. And that upon adoption of the manager's package, the only amendments in order be the following amendments, if offered, to number 3411. That at a time to be determined by the majority leader in consultation with the Democratic leader, the Senate vote in relation to these amendments. Number one, Merkley, amendment number 3114. Blumenthal, number 3432. Murphy, number 3447. Van Hollen, number 3115. Duckworth, number 3466. Tuberville, number 3413. Kennedy, number 3414. Kennedy, 3415. Scott, 3113. Johnson, 3428. Further, upon disposition of the amendments listed above, the Senate vote on adoption of the substitute amendment number 3411 as amended with a 60 affirmative vote threshold required for adoption. The bill as amended, if amended, be read a third time, and the Senate vote on passage of the bill as amended, if amended, with a 60 vote affirmative threshold required for passage. Finally, notwithstanding passage of H.R. 3944 as amended, if amended, it be in order to consider Amendment number 3412. This is the legislative branch appropriations text. The Senate vote on adoption of Amendment 3412, and if adopted, H.R. 3944 be further amended, and the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table with no intervening action or debate.
Is there objection? Without objection, so ordered.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that where applicable, the amendments be called up as modified to reflect that they are drafted to the substitute amendment number 3411.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I further ask unanimous consent that there be 2 minutes of debate equally divided prior to each vote in relation to H.R. 3944.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President.
Maine.
Mr. President, I just want to thank our colleagues on both sides of the aisle. It's taken a great deal of work, good faith, and negotiation to get to this point. And I particularly want to thank the Vice Chair of the Appropriations Committee, Senator Murray, for her leadership in this area. I want to thank all of the subcommittee leaders on both sides of the aisle and the members of the subcommittee for really doing an exceptional job in drafting the bills that I hope we will pass and send on to the House for negotiation and conference. Thank you, Mr. President.
Yeah. Mr. President.
Senator from Washington.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I am so glad that we are moving on our first appropriations package of fiscal year 26. It is a package of bipartisan funding bills that invest in our communities and reject damaging cuts from Trump and House Republicans. I want to acknowledge the chair, my partner, Senator from Maine, who has worked really hard to get these bills to this point, and appreciate the tremendous amount of effort she and the subcommittee chairs have put into this, as well as our ranking members. Mr. President, if you think like I do that we cannot have another slush fund CR that gives away more power to Trump, and if you think like I do that we need to reject a budget that was so plainly written by political appointees who do not care or know what our states need, instead make the investments we all know are best for the people we represent, then let me be clear. Bills like this are the best chance we have to get the best outcome for folks back home. In this package, we fully fund the WIC program and reject Trump efforts to eliminate international food aid programs, rural housing support, and food boxes that feed hundreds of thousands of seniors. We reject Trump's call to cut FDA funding by hundreds of millions and slash ag research funding for universities across the country. And we make investments to support our service members and their families and to keep our promises to veterans, funding VA health care, fighting veteran homelessness, and more. Crucially, we don't just have investments in this bill, but also new provisions to hold this and any administration accountable to deliver for our veterans, requiring VA maintain staffing levels to meet their own goals so we can stop the damage being caused by Trump's mass firing of our VA workers, requiring briefings and information so Congress, all of us, can actually get answers on how Trump's new discriminatory policies are affecting our veterans, and withholding some funding until Congress knows these programs are actually working, like for the electronic health record program, where some resources will be held until VA certifies new systems are safe and are effective for our veterans. In addition to this package, we will vote on a ledge branch bill that rejects Trump's efforts to gut the Government Accountability Office and invests in the Congressional Budget Office and the Congressional Research Service as well to keep government accountable to laws and facts, and in security for the Capitol and for our members, something I know that everyone here is concerned about. We have written these bills under challenging circumstances. Russ Vought is illegally hiding the apportionment data that we all need to have to do our jobs. And we all recognize he has been illegally blocking funding we all passed for our communities, at least until the courts step in or public pressure forces his hand. And if you're as mad as I am about an unelected bureaucrat like Russ Vought trying to overrule Congress and our constitutional role, then you should support these bills. This is how we exercise the power of the purse and make sure the voices of our constituents are heard when it comes to federal spending. We know his true motivations. It's pretty transparent. He wants Congress to be more partisan, he has said so, and less powerful. And they want to gut programs left and right without giving us any say whatsoever. So I believe we have to reject that path and assert our authority and fight for our communities. We will do that today by passing this bipartisan funding package and pushing ahead with the other bipartisan bills we have in the pipeline as well. The bills we are moving today show bipartisan work is possible, and the cuts we were able to reject and investments we're able to secure show this to all of us. This is worthwhile. So I hope all of my colleagues join with me in voting for these bills and work with me to keep this progress going. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
The senator from Maine.
Thank you, Mr. President. Notwithstanding Rule 22, I ask unanimous consent that upon disposition of calendar number 121, H.R. 3944, as amended if amended, the Senate vote on confirmation of the Rinaldi nomination, and following disposition of that nomination, the Senate execute the order in relation to the Woll and Kent nominations.
Without objection, so ordered.
Mr. President,
Senator from Maine.
Mr. President, I want to take this opportunity also to thank Leader Thune for his willingness to bring these appropriations bills before the full Senate. And I also thank our Democratic counterparts for working with us to come up with this rather complex time agreement, but it is one that will allow different voices to be heard on both sides of the aisle. I'm very pleased that the Senate is proceeding to consideration of these appropriations bills. Congress has responsibility, a constitutional responsibility under Article 1 for the power of the purse. We are executing that responsibility by proceeding to these bills. These bills all mean a great deal to each of us, and I want to give my colleagues just some idea of the amount of input that the subcommittees on the Appropriations Committee have received from our colleagues. To give you an example, on the military construction and Veterans Affairs bill, we have had literally thousands of requests of support, of suggestions from our colleagues, from more than 87 of our colleagues. That's very typical. In fact, this past week, when we reported the Defense Appropriations Committee bill, I think we reached a record high of 95 senators weighing in with their suggestions, their requests for funding, their suggestions for programmatic changes or support. And those 95 senators requested more than and submitted more than 14,000 different letters or inquiries or suggestions for us. So my point is that a great deal of input has gone into the drafting of these bills. And that's the way the process should work. We've had a thorough committee process with hearings, input from non-committee members. We've marked up these bills at the subcommittee and full committee level, and that's what we'd like to see. I'm very proud, Mr. President, of the fact that Maine, the state of Maine, which I am so proud to represent, has one of the highest percentages of veterans in the entire nation. And that's why the funding that is provided by this bill has a special meaning to me, because I know that my state has more than done its part. And I want to ensure that our veterans have access to the benefits and the health care that they have earned. My own father was a World War II veteran who was wounded twice in the Battle of the Bulge, earning 2 Purple Hearts and a Bronze Star. It was wonderful to go to the 80th anniversary of the Battle of the Bulge and to actually talk to a veteran who had been in the same division as my father. It was deeply moving. And when you read about the bravery of those in that historic battle, which was a turning point in World War II, you can't help but be filled with a sense of awe and gratitude to those who have sacrificed so much for our nation. I know that the presiding officer has also done his part for our country, and I am grateful that he is presiding today as we take up the military construction of Veterans Administration bill. We also will be taking up the agriculture appropriations bill, again, a very important bill for the state of Maine. I grew up in northern Maine, where potatoes are the major crop, along with broccoli. Maine is also known for its great wild blueberries. And the University of Maine is known for its agricultural research program. And there's funding for that in this bill. In short, Mr. President, those two bills, plus the bill for the legislative branch, are the ones we will consider today. And I hope at some point we can return to the Commerce, Justice, and Science bill, another very important bill that passed easily from our committee. I would note that the Agriculture Appropriations bill was reported by our committee unanimously. Every one of the bills was passed with great bipartisan support. So I just wanted to give that general background, Mr. President. We will shortly begin processing the amendments, but there'll be very little time for both sides to speak, but I'm hopeful that we can make the kind of progress that we want to see, use the August time, I'm not going to call it a recess for the work period, to talk with our House counterparts, to do some conferencing, and get these bills signed into law before the start of the fiscal year on October 1st. That's the way the system should work. Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. President,
Senator from Oregon.
we'll soon be voting on bipartisan appropriation bills, and these represent the spending strategy that has been worked out between Democrats and Republicans in the committee. When I came here as an intern some 49 years ago, Senator Hatfield was very engaged in the Appropriations Committee. He was later chair, and I really enjoyed interning for him and hearing how appropriators really considered themselves as, well, first appropriators before they were Democrats or Republicans. How important it was to forge a vision going forward that addressed the needs in every geographic area of the country, in both rural and urban areas, that bringing the collective voices of everyone together would help take the country forward. When Senator Hatfield was ill and not far from passing from this planet, the last conversation I had with him, he expressed his concern about the committee losing that sense of bipartisan collaboration. And he mentioned specifically, and he was a Republican, of working with Patty Murray and with a Democrat, Daniel Inouye, as some of his fondest memories. Thus, when I ran for re-election, I didn't seem very likely I would win, but I said, if I run, can I be in the first group in my class appointed to the Spending Committee, to the Appropriations Committee? Because I know how important a voice on this committee has been for Oregon, for what we need to be done on water systems, both water, clean water presentation and septic or sewer systems, how important it is on transportation, and to tackle many of the needs that we have throughout our forests, both our national forests and our BLM lands. So many concerns that are addressed. And the leadership on the Democratic side said yes. And then miraculously, it was an easy promise to make, so I wasn't likely to win. But it ended up, you never know what's going to happen. And I ended up here in the Senate and was appointed to this committee. And I'm very pleased to be on that committee. But I am concerned now that a huge threat exists to further degrade this bipartisan cooperation. And that is that we have this process called rescissions, fancy term, and it exists from 1974 bill, the Impoundment and Budget Control Act, and it says that a president can send a request to Congress to undo the bipartisan work that was done here by the Spending Committee, by the Appropriations Committee. That has never been used in this fashion until this year. Now, it isn't there haven't been rescissions. Rescissions meaning repealing former funding decisions, but they've been done by the Appropriations Committee. So what has been forged together, Democrats and Republicans together, every geographic area of the country represented, what has been forged together in that bipartisan fashion has, for the first time, been undone in a partisan fashion. And now we are hearing that Mr. Vogt at OMB, the Office of Management and Budget, is planning to send a rescission package to us maybe in the middle of August. And why is this important? And why is this a problem and a challenge? It is because he has expounded on a theory that he calls a pocket rescission. And that is, if the fiscal year ends on September 30th, which it does, if he sends it within the last 45 days, he believes he can thereby, even if we were to meet in September and reject the rescission, even then, he would be able to use a 45-day pause that's in that 1974 law to not spend the funds that we had directed. So what does that look like? That looks like a law was passed to spend the funds, but with no change in the law, the president's team stalls to the end of the year, sends in a rescission, and then stalls to the very end of the year and never spends the money. So in other words, what was passed into law never happens. This is a direct attack on the power of the purse that in the Constitution is allocated to Congress. And in that sense, we in the Appropriations Committee are carrying that responsibility, that constitutional responsibility of the power of the purse. So in facing this in the past, the Supreme Court has weighed in twice. The first time was in 1996. And the first time was 1975, excuse me. In 1975, the Supreme Court weighed in on the fact that a couple years earlier, in 1973, President Nixon had frozen or impounded funds and not done what Congress said in a law that had been passed in both chambers and signed by President. And the Supreme Court said, hell no, you can't do that, Mr. President. You cannot do that. No president can do that. You have to follow the law. You cannot take the power of the purse. And then in 1996, Congress said, hey, we want to give the president line item veto, and they passed a law to do so. And the Supreme Court weighed in again and said, hell no, you have the responsibility under the Constitution of the power of the purse. So now we are facing the situation in which Mr. Vogt is saying the law is just a suggestion, it's just a ceiling, we can spend less if we want to, we can spend more by transferring funds from one place to the other. The law is just a suggestion. Well, no, Mr. Vogt, it is not just a suggestion, and the president is not a king. But by doing what he's planning to do with this late rescission, he is basically trying to find a way that, well, he'll run out the tape, or run out the clock, I guess is the right term, run out the clock and alter the power of the purse. So I am asking for us to stand together, Democrats and Republicans, and defend our constitutional bipartisan responsibility. And should there be a rescission that comes in August, for us to come in the first thing in September and vote against it, and therefore say no in both chambers of Congress, and thereby send that message, because that will provide a foundation for us to challenge the strategy that Mr. Vogt is putting together. But in addition, today I am asking us to join together, Democrats and Republicans, to say that nothing that is passed by us in the fiscal year 2026 spending bills, nothing that is in those bills will be subject to the 1974 rescission. So this would not be retroactive. We could not, at this moment in this bill, be able to address a possible rescission of funds from 2023 or 2024 or 25, but we can certainly insulate the funds in 2026 from this partisan attack by the president, this unconstitutional attack by the president. The First Amendment up, when we convene at 4:15, about 3 minutes from now, will be this amendment to say together, Democrats and Republicans, let's defend our constitutional responsibilities, and let's say that nothing we pass in the FY 2026 bill will be subject to that strategy by Mr. Vogt and President Trump. Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. President.
Senator from Maine.
Mr. President, in a moment we will begin votes on an appropriation package that includes the fiscal year 2026 military construction and Veterans Affairs and agriculture, FDA, and rural development appropriations bills. We will also have the opportunity to consider the fiscal year 2026 legislative branch appropriations. These bills were approved by the Senate Appropriations Committee in overwhelmingly bipartisan votes. I gave a longer floor speech last week on the military construction Veterans Affairs funding bill, so I will focus my comments now on the agriculture, FDA, and legislative branch appropriations. The Ag FDA bill was approved unanimously by the Senate Appropriations Committee earlier this month. It's a carefully crafted bill that supports our farmers and rural communities, the safety of our food supply, critical federal nutrition programs like the WIC program, and medical research and advancements. The bill invests in agricultural research that is vital to our farmers as they work to improve the quality, safety, and affordability of our food supply. The dollars invested in these programs, like the potato and blueberry research lines that are so important to my home state of Maine, have yielded significant improvements to the industries they support. The bill also invests in research facilities across the country, like the University of Maine Forest Health Lab, to ensure that we can continue to lead in agricultural innovation. This legislation also supports the administration's requests in the areas of food safety and rural housing, and it provides much-needed investments in animal and plant health programs to protect our agricultural and natural resources. It also maintains support for our rural areas to ensure that communities in Maine and indeed across the country have access to the resources they need to continue to thrive in these challenging times. Turning now to the fiscal year 2026 legislative branch bill, this legislation provides funding for Congress and the offices and agencies that support our work. It provides an increase for the Capitol Police to help them meet the expanding mission requirements to keep members, staff, and visitors to the Capitol complex safe. The number of threats against members of Congress has unfortunately increased significantly over the past few years. This bill reflects a bipartisan commitment to address these security concerns. Again, I want to thank the Vice Chair, Senators Bozeman and Ossoff, the Chair and Ranking Members of the Milcom VA Subcommittee, Senators Hoeven and Shaheen, the Chair and Ranking Member of the Agriculture Subcommittee, Senators Mullen and Heinrich, the Chair and Ranking Member of the Legislative Branch Subcommittee, for their hard work and dedication. Finally, let me note that these are fiscally responsible bipartisan bills, and I urge my colleagues to support them. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator from Maine.
I ask unanimous consent to execute the order with respect to calendar number 121, H.R. 3944.
Without objection. Under the previous order, the Senate will resume a legislative session and resume consideration of H.R. 3944, which the clerk will report.
Calendar number 121, H.R. 3944, an act making appropriations for military construction, the Department of Veterans Affairs and related agencies for the fiscal year ending September 30, 2026, and for other purposes.
Committee report, under the previous order, the committee reported substitute is withdrawn.
Amendment number 3411, and ask that it be reported by number.
The clerk will report.
The senator from Maine, Ms. Collins, proposes an amendment numbered 3411.
Under the previous order, the manager's package of amendments to amendment number 3411 are considered and agreed to. Senator from Oregon.
I call up my amendment number 3114 and ask that it be reported by number.
The clerk will report.
Senator from Oregon, Mr. Merkley, proposes an amendment number 3114 to amendment number 3411.
Under the previous order, there will be 2 minutes of debate, equally divided.
Mr. President, this amendment protects the work that we're doing today from a future rescission happening in a partisan basis. Now realize this only affects FY 2026, and therefore only bills that have been both passed here and in the House and signed by President Trump. But here's why this is important. The work that we've done on a bipartisan basis has never been undone until this last month in the history of the Senate since the Congressional Budget Act of 1974 was passed. Why? Because we agreed that the rescissions, that is to repeal existing spending already in law, would be done in a bipartisan way, just as the initial bill was done in a bipartisan way. This is important for us to work together no matter who is in the White House in the future. And I must say, this bipartisan work is so important to preserve our responsibilities under the Constitution here in the Senate and House, where the Constitution assigns the responsibility for the power of the purse. And I reserve the balance of my time.
Mr. President. Thank you very much. Mr. President, I will oppose this and make a point of order here in a second. This amendment would prevent Congress and the President from using the Congressional Budget and Impoundment Control Act's fast-track process for considering rescissions in FY 26 and beyond. Under the Merkley Amendment, rescissions could only be included in appropriations bill, which would need 60 votes, and the law in question allows a fast-track provision for rescissions. Senator Merkley's bill amendment would do away with that, and this amendment is subject to a point of order for violating Section 306 of the Congressional Budget and Impoundment Control Act of 1974, which requires legislation dealing with the Budget Committee's jurisdiction to be reported or discharged from the Budget Committee. The pending amendment number 3114 contains matters within the Budget Committee's jurisdiction. I therefore raise a point of order against the amendment pursuant to Section 306 of the Congressional Budget Act.
Mr. President.
Senator from Oregon.
How many seconds do I have left?
The senator has no seconds left.
In that case, Mr. President, my rebuttal...
In the spirit of the endeavor, I will give you 15 seconds.
Well, you don't have 15 seconds.
Well, I will one day get 15 seconds, and I'll give it to you when I do.
Unanimous consent for 15 seconds for my colleague and 15 seconds for myself on why this should or should not be waived.
Without objection.
Please go ahead.
I don't have anything else to say.
Thank you. I'll borrow his 15 as well as mine. Thank you, Mr. President. We do have the power to waive this. It does take 60 votes. But this would be all of us together saying we should defend the bipartisan work here now just as we have through the entire history since 1974. We are talking about a half century of bipartisan strategy being undone with the possibility of partisan rescissions. Let's do our rescissions in a bipartisan way in committee, and for that reason, unless there's a rebuttal from my colleague, I'll make the formal request to waive. Okay, continuing. Pursuant to Section 904 of the Congressional Budget Act of 1974 and the waiver provisions of applicable budget resolutions, I move to waive all applicable sections of that act and applicable budget points of order for the purposes of the pending measure. I ask for the yeas and the nays, but primarily the yeas.
Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Rochester, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Thanks. Mrs. Britt. Mr. Budd. Ms. Cantwell. Mrs. Capito. Mr. Cassidy. Ms. Collins. Mr. Coons. Mr. Cornyn. Ms. Cortez Masto. Mr. Cotton. Mr. Kramer. Mr. Crapo. Mr. Cruz. Mr. Curtis. Mr. Daines. Ms. Duckworth. Mr. Durbin. Ms. Ernst. Mr. Fetterman. Mrs. Fisher. Mr. Gallego. Mrs. Gillibrand. Mr. Graham. Mr. Grassley. Mr. Haggerty. Ms. Hassan. Mr. Hawley. Mr. Heinrich. Mr. Hickenlooper. Ms. Hirono. Mr. Hoven. Mr. Husted. Mrs. Hyde-Smith. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Justice. Oh. Got it. Mr. Kane. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kennedy. Mr. Kim. Mr. King. Ms. Klobuchar. Mr. Lankford. Mr. Lee. Mr. Lujan. Ms. Lummis. Mr. Markey. Mr. Marshall. Mr. McConnell. Mr. McCormick. Mr. Merkley. Mrs. Moody. Mr. Moran. Mr. Marino. Mr. Mullen. Ms. Murkowski. Mr. Murphy. Mrs. Murray. Mr. Ossoff. Mr. Padilla. Mr. Paul. Mr. Peters. Mr. Reed. Mr. Ricketts. Mr. Risch. Ms. Rosen. Mr. Rounds. Mr. Sanders. Mr. Schatz. Mr. Schiff. Mr. Schmidt. Mr. Schumer. Mr. Scott of Florida. Mr. Scott of South Carolina. Mrs. Shaheen. Mr. Sheehy. Ms. Slotkin. Ms. Smith. Mr. Sullivan. Mr. Thune. Mr. Tillis. Mr. Tuberville. Mr. Van Hollen. Mr. Warner. Mr. Warnock. Ms. Warren. Mr. Welch. Mr. Whitehouse. Mr. Wicker. Mr. Wyden. Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Baldwin, Coons, Cortez Masto, Hassan, Heinrich, King, Merkley, Murray, and Warner. Senators voting in the negative: Bozeman, Collins, Cotton, Curtis, Graham, Haggerty, Hoven, Kennedy, McCormick, Sheehy, and Tuberville. Ms. Hirono, aye. Mrs. Moody, no. Mrs. Shaheen, aye. Mr. Van Hollen, aye. Mr. Schatz, aye. Mr. Ossoff, aye. Mr. Markey, aye. Mr. Whitehouse, aye. Ms. Rosen, aye. Mr. Durbin, aye. Mr. Hickenlooper, aye. Mr. Kane, aye. Mr. Kim, aye. Mr. Moran, no. Mrs. Blackburn, no. Mr. Cornyn, no. Mr. Marino, no. Mr. Wyden, aye. Ms. Lummis, no. Ms. Smith, aye. Mrs. Hyde-Smith, no. Mr. Padilla, aye. Schiff, aye. Mr. Scott of Florida, no. Cantwell. Aye. Mr. Schumer. Aye. Ms. Ernst, no. Mrs. Capito, no. Mr. Wicker, no. Mr. Hawley, no. Mr. Husted, tomorrow. Mr. Budd, no. Mrs. Fisher, no. Mr. Kramer, no. Mr. Kelly, aye. Mr. Warnock, aye. Mr. Lee. Mr. Lee, no. Mr. Fetterman, aye. Mr. Reed, aye. Mr. Banks? No. Mr. Paul, no. Mr. Marshall, no. Mrs. Gillibrand, aye. Mr. Booker, aye. Mr. Murphy? Aye. Mr. Crapo? No. Mr. Barrasso? No. Mr. Daines? No. Ms. Warren? Ms. Warren, aye. Mr. Rounds? No. Mr. Lujan, aye. Ms. Klobuchar, aye. Mr. Sanders, aye. Mr. Blumenthal, aye. Mr. Grassley. Mr. Grassley, no. Mr. Schmidt, no. Ms. Slatkin, aye. Mr. Peters, aye. Mr. Sullivan, no. Mr. Ricketts, no. No. Ms. Blunt Rochester, aye. Mrs. Britt, no. Mr. Young, no. Ms. Alsobrooks, aye. Mr. Cruz, no. Mr. Johnson, no. Mr. Lankford, no. Mr. Bennett, aye. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, no. Mr. Justice, no. Ms. Murkowski, no. Mr. Thune, no. Mr. Risch, no. Mr. Mullen, no. Mr. Tillis, no.
On this vote, the yeas are 44 and the nays are 51. 3/5 of the senators duly chosen and sworn not having voted in the affirmative. The motion is not agreed to. The point of order is sustained and the amendment fails.
President.
Senator from Connecticut.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, the Veterans Crisis Line is a critical...
Does the senator wish to call up his amendment?
Yes. I call up my amendment 3432 and ask that it be reported by number.
The clerk will report.
Senator from Connecticut, Mr. Blumenthal, for himself and Mr. Padilla, proposes an amendment number 3432 to amendment number 3411.
Mr. President, this amendment very simply seeks to protect the Victims Crisis Hotline, a critical lifeline for veterans who may take their own lives, from the kind of cuts that we have seen during these first 6 months of the Trump administration. Incredibly, the Trump administration fired the 24 crisis line employees without warning or cause. This staff coordinates the on-ground emergency response when veterans call and they feel they have no way to go on. It directly conflicted with the assurances we were given by Secretary Collins that he would not fire frontline employees and veterans' benefits and care would remain untouched. Fortunately, we have bipartisan support for the Veterans Crisis Line. And I want to thank the chairman of the committee, Senator Moran, for his support on this measure. Now, the damage, some of it has already been done, as we've heard in our hearing of June 25th. Firsthand witnesses told us about the confusion and chaos that has resulted. We need to invest the resources now more than ever, and in fact, more resources than we've devoted so far, more staff, and make sure that we keep faith with veterans when they are in crisis as a result of the service and the sacrifice that we've asked of them. It's critical to their mission and ours, and I ask for my colleagues to support this measure. I believe that a voice vote will be appropriate.
Mr. President,
Senator from Arkansas.
we want to thank Senator Blumenthal and Senator Moran for their hard work on the Veterans Affairs Committee. We all support the mission and work at the Veterans Crisis Line. Preventing veteran suicide is a common goal shared by everyone in this chamber. The VCL has taken more than 7.16 million calls since it was established. VA reports that veterans who contact VCL are 10 times more likely to receive mental health care than those who do not. I support this amendment and urge its adoption and we'd be glad to scream out yes with a voice vote.
Questions on the amendment? All in favor say aye. All opposed say no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The amendment's agreed to. Senator from Connecticut.
Mr. President, I called my amendment number 3447 and asked that it be reported by number.
Clerk will report.
Senator from Connecticut, Mr. Murphy for himself, and Mr. Kelly proposes an amendment number 3447 to amendment number 3411.
Mr. President.
Senator from Connecticut.
Thank you, Mr. President. Every year there are 6,400 veterans that die by suicide. This is an urgent crisis that I know matters to colleagues on both sides of the aisle. A few years ago, we made a change in law that restores gun rights to veterans who have been deemed mentally incompetent. These are veterans who can't manage their financial affairs, can't balance a checkbook. About 35% of them are diagnosed with schizophrenia. All this amendment seeks to do is to collect information to see what the rate of suicide has been amongst that population of veterans, many of them deeply mentally ill, who now are able to purchase a gun. This is just an amendment seeking to get that information so that we can make our best determination on a bipartisan basis as to how to best protect veterans who are at moments of crisis in their life. If it were up to me, we would restore the previous policy. For 30 years, Democrats and Republicans agreed that those veterans diagnosed with schizophrenia should not be able to buy a gun. But all I'm asking here for is an amendment that would seek to get information on the rate of suicide for this population of veterans. I'd hope that my colleagues would support the amendment.
Mr. President.
Senator from Arkansas.
Mr. President, veterans who are found by a competent judicial authority to be a danger to themselves or others are reported to NICS under current law. There's no evidence to suggest that individuals who require a fiduciary are inherently more prone to violence. Under the terms of current law, with this amendment in place, veterans who are found to be a danger to themselves or others by a judge, magistrate, or other judicial authority are reported to the NICS system, as is entirely appropriate. Needing help with your finances doesn't make you mentally incapacitated or mentally incompetent. For this reason, I urge a no vote.
Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsterbrooks. Ms. Baldwin. Thanks. Mr. Banks. Mr. Barrasso. Mr. Bennett. Thank you. Mrs. Blackburn. Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Rochester. Ms. Cantwell. Warren. Sure. I did get you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Booker. I got you. Yes. Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Britt. Mr. Budd. Ms. Cantwell. Mrs. Capito. Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins. Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Lankford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Marino, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young, Senators voting in the affirmative: Baldwin, Bennett, Blumenthal, Blunt Rochester, Booker, Cantwell, Cortez Masto, Durbin, Gillibrand, Hassan, Heinrich, Hickenlooper, Hirono, Kelly, Kim, King, Klobuchar, Lujan, Merkley, Murphy, Murray, Ossoff, Padilla, Reed, Rosen, Sanders, Schatz, Schiff, Shaheen, Smith, Warnock, Warren, and Wyden. Senators voting in the negative: Banks, Blackburn, Bozeman, Britt, Budd, Capito, Collins, Cornyn, Kramer, Crapo, Cruz, Daines, Ernst, Fisher, Hawley, Hoven, Husted, Hyde-Smith, Johnson, Justice, Kennedy, Lankford, Lee, McCormick, Moran, Marino, Mullen, Murkowski, Paul, Ricketts, Risch, Rounds, Scott of Florida, Scott of South Carolina, Sheehy, Thune, Tillis, Tuberville, and Wicker. Mr. Graham, no. Mr. Marshall, no. Nope. Oh, Mr. Fetterman. Mr. Fetterman, aye. Mr. Warner, aye. Mr. Markey, aye. Mr. Van Hollen, aye. Mr. Grassley, no. Mr. Kane, aye. Mr. Peters, aye. Mr. Young, no. Ms. Lummis, no. Mr. Barrasso, no. Mr. Coons, aye. Mr. Curtis, no. Mr. Cotton, no. Ms. Alsobrooks, aye. Ms. Slotkin, aye. Mr. Schumer, aye. Mr. Schmidt, no. Mr. Whitehouse, aye. Mr. Sullivan, no. Mr. Haggerty? No. Mrs. Moody? No.
When are you ready?
On this vote, the yeas are 44, the nays are 51, and the amendment is not agreed to.
On this bill, the yeas are 44, the nays are 51, and the amendment is not agreed to. Senator from New Mexico.
10-minute votes.
Order. Order.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that we go to 10-minute votes.
Is there an objection? Without objection.
Mr. President,
Senator from Maryland.
I want to thank the senator from New Mexico for that, and I call up my amendment number 3115 that I offer on behalf of myself and Senators Alsobrooks, Kane, and Warner, and ask that it be reported by number.
The clerk will report.
The senator from Maryland, Mr. Van Hollen, proposes an amendment numbered 3115 to amendment number 3411.
Mr. President, colleagues, USDA has proposed a massive reorganization plan, having done absolutely no due diligence. They've not talked to families or to farmers or to rural communities about it. They've not backed up their estimates of cost savings, and they've not provided the information needed to assure that this reorganization will not harm the critical work that USDA does. This amendment directs USDA to take a step back and provide a transparent, informed, carefully considered plan for any such reorganization before implementing it. In other words, look and aim before you shoot. It requires a vetted benefit cost analysis and review of how this reorganization would impact USDA's staff expertise and ability to provide customer service. It requires a public comment process so our constituents and stakeholders can weigh in. Once USDA takes those steps, Congress can assess the need for that reorganization in fiscal year 27. I urge a yes vote on this amendment.
Senator from North Dakota.
Mr. Chair, I rise in opposition to this amendment. The Secretary of Agriculture has put forth a proposal to move some of the people that work in the D.C. area, to move those functions out to the country, to be closer to the farmers and the ranchers they serve. I very much support this effort. We are at the front end of this effort. She has testified in front of our Ag Appropriations Committee that she will work with us on it. The Ag Authorizing Committee is working on it as well. And in fact, yesterday I met with the Deputy Secretary at USDA, and he committed to work with us on it. We have a good process. We do not need to overly handcuff the USDA as they work to make this transition, which is a transition that we should make. We are working on it in the right way. We're at the front end of the proposal, not the back end. I ask for a no vote on this amendment.
Questions on the amendment? Is there sufficient second? There appears to be. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks. Ms. Baldwin. Mr. Banks. Mr. Barrasso.
Thank you, ma'am.
Mr. Bennett. Mrs. Blackburn. Mr. Blumenthal. Ms. Blunt Rochester. Mr. Booker. Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Brett, Mr. Budd. Ms. Cantwell. Mrs. Capito. Mr. Cassidy. Ms. Collins. Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto.
Can we get the consent to do it?
Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo. Mr. Cruz. Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin. Ms. Ernst, Mr. Betterman. Mrs. Fisher. Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Arono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Justice. Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim. Mr. King. Ms. Klobuchar. Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Moreno, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Also Brooks, Baldwin, Blumenthal, Blunt Rochester, Booker, Cantwell, Coons, Cortez Masto, Durbin, Fetterman, Hassan, Heinrich, Hirono, Kane, Kelly, Kim, King, Lujan, Markey, Merkley, Murray, Ossoff, Padilla, Peters, Reed, Rosen, Sanders, Schatz, Schiff, Shaheen, Smith, Van Hollen, Warnock, Warren, Whitehouse, Wyden. Senators voting in the negative: Banks, Barrasso, Bennett, Blackburn, Bozeman, Britt, Budd, Capito, Collins, Cornyn, Cotton, Kramer, Crapo, Cruz, Curtis, Daines, Ernst, Fisher, Graham, Grassley, Haggerty, Hawley, Hickenlooper, Hoven, Husted, Hyde-Smith, Johnson, Justice, Kennedy, Langford, Lee, Lummis, Marshall, McCormick, Moody, Moran, Moreno, Mullen, Paul, Ricketts, Rounds, Schmidt, Scott of Florida, Scott of South Carolina, Thune, Tillis, Tuberville, Wicker, Young. Mr. Sheehy? No. Mr. Sullivan? No. Mr. Murphy? Aye. Mrs. Fisher? No. Mrs. Gillibrand? Aye. Ms. Murkowski, no. Ms. Klobuchar, aye. Mr. Schatz? Ms. Slotkin, aye. Mr. Schumer, aye. Mr. Warner, aye. Mr. Risch, no.
The yeas are 42, the nays are 53. The amendment is not agreed to.
Mr. President.
Senator from Georgia.
Thank you, Mr. President. On behalf of Senator Duckworth, I call up Amendment 3466 and ask that it be reported by number.
Clerk will report.
Senator from Georgia, Mr. Ossoff, for Ms. Duckworth, proposes an amendment number 3466 to amendment number 3411.
Mr. President.
Senator from Georgia.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Duckworth has here an amendment that warrants bipartisan support. The Secretary Collins, had announced earlier this year his plan to fire 80,000 personnel at the VA amidst public outrage. He's backed off that plan. We still don't know his intentions for mass firings in this coming fiscal year, and all this amendment does is ask for a report on what the impact will be on the provision of timely care and benefits for our veterans. So this is not a partisan or a political matter. If there are going to be significant reductions in force at the VA, we should know how it affects veterans' benefits, and I urge a vote for Senator Duckworth's amendment. Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. President.
Senator from Arkansas.
Mr. President, I understand Senator Duckworth's concern. However, Secretary Collins publicly announced that through normal attrition, early retirements, and deferred resignations, VA staff would be properly sized by the end of fiscal year 2025. The rumored large-scale reduction in force is not necessary, and VA has no plans to seek any further staffing reductions. Mission-critical positions at VA are exempt from hiring freeze and are not eligible for early retirement or deferred resignations. To quote Secretary Collins, quote, "A department-wide RIF is off the table," end quote. Senator Tuberville has an amendment that does not focus on rumored RIFs that will not take place, but instead focuses on VA staffing reviews, the new staffing models it is pursuing, and the methodology underpinning these efforts. For that reason, I ask for a no vote on this amendment.
Senator from Georgia.
Clear in their report, and I ask for the yeas and nays.
Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks. Ms. Baldwin. Coons. Thank you. Warner. Murkowski. I do. She. Mr. Banks. Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett. I got you. Mrs. Blackburn. I got you. Thank you. Thank you. Senator Graham. No. Thank you. Thank you. No. Thank you. Mr. Blumenthal. Yep. Ms. Blunt Rochester, Mr. Booker. Mr. Bozeman. Mrs. Britt, Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell. Mrs. Capito. Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins. Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn. Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Marino, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen,
No one can ever. No, it's original. And
Mr. Rounds. For what, reporting day? Yeah. Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff. I was just telling somebody that the other day. I did, thank you. I didn't see it. Yeah. Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer. Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young, Senators voting in the affirmative: Also Brooks, Baldwin, Blumenthal, Rochester, Cantwell, Coons, Cortez Masto, Durbin, Gillibrand, Hassan, Heinrich, Hickenlooper, Hirono, Kelly, Kim, King, Klobuchar, Lujan, Merkley, Murphy, Murray, Ossoff, Padilla, Reed, Rosen, Sanders, Schatz, Schiff, Shaheen, Slotkin, Smith, Sullivan, Van Hollen, Warner, Warnock, Warren, and Wyden. And Fisher. I got you. Mr. Markey, aye. Senators voting in the negative: Banks, Barrasso, Blackburn, Bozeman, Britt, Budd, Collins, Cornyn, Kramer, Crapo, Cruz, Curtis, Daines, Ernst, Fisher, Graham, Grassley, Haggerty, Hawley, Husted, Hyde-Smith, Kennedy, Langford, Lee, Marshall, McCormick, Moody, Moran, Marino, Mullen, Murkowski, Paul, Ricketts, Risch, Rounds, Schmidt, Scott of Florida, Sheehy, Tillis, Tuberville, Wicker, and Young. Mr. Justice, no. Mr. Booker, aye. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, no. Mr. Bennett, aye. Mrs. Capito, no. Mr. Cotton, no. Mr. Kane, aye. Mr. Whitehouse, aye. Mr. Hoven, no. Mr. Kennedy. Mr. Fetterman, aye. Mr. Thune, no. Mr. Peters, aye. Mr. Schumer, aye. I have you. Oh, no, I don't. Mr. Johnson, no. Here we go. Ms. Lummis, no.
On this vote, the yeas are 45, the nays are 50, and the amendment is not agreed to.
Mr. President.
Senator from Alabama.
Thank you, Mr. President. I call up my amendment 3413 and ask that it be reported by number.
The clerk will report the amendment by number.
The senator from Alabama, Mr. Tuberville, proposes an amendment number 3413 to amendment number 3411.
Mr. President, son of a World War II veteran, I have seen firsthand the critical role that the VA plays in caring for those who have served our country. Unfortunately, under President Biden's leadership, it was a dumpster fire. Some of my Democrat colleagues seem to have forgotten about these failures, so let's take a trip down memory lane. It was the Department of Veterans Affairs under President Biden that rehired and gave full back pay to hundreds of VA employees who had been fired for failing to do their jobs. These employees were not let go by mistake. They had been fired for poor performance. But apparently, the Biden administration didn't care about that. Biden's VA decision to rehire these bad employees cost us $134 million. Or, my colleagues have forgotten that magically, the VA had a multi-billion-dollar budget shortfall last year. How does that even happen? There is zero accountability, unfortunately. So thank goodness President Trump and Secretary Collins are in charge now. They're working around the clock to right-size the VA. The Trump administration is singularly focused on making sure veterans have timely access to quality care and benefits. We need to support Secretary Collins and this administration in achieving the core goals for our veterans, not waste our time playing politics. I yield.
President.
Senator from Georgia.
Mr. President, the senator from Alabama offers an amendment that would require VA to submit a report on the implementation of staffing models, and that is sorely needed. And I rise in support of this amendment. We saw Secretary Collins initially say he wanted to fire 15% of the VA workforce, 80,000 people with no explanation. Then he demolished morale at the VA, so 30,000 people quit. Now he says he's not going to fire 80,000 people. Fired most of the new hires, probationary workers, many of them veterans, until that was held up in court. None of this supported by any kind of analysis or assessment of how it would impact wait times or the provision of service for veterans. So I appreciate the senator from Alabama for wanting to hold the administration accountable, and I urge a yes vote for the amendment. Thank you, Mr. President.
I accept it, and I ask for a voice vote.
Questions on the amendment? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? No. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The amendment is agreed to. Senator from Louisiana.
Thank you, Mr. President. I call up my amendment 3414 and ask that it be reported by number.
The clerk will report the amendment by number.
The senator from Louisiana, Mr. Kennedy, proposes an amendment number 3414 to amendment number 3411.
Mr. President, this is an amendment to the Ag Appropriations Subcommittee budget. Our chair of that subcommittee is able, he is talented, and he exercises power maturely, in my judgment. I just think we ought to reduce spending. And it's clear to me that to do that, we're going to have to do it by baby steps. This amendment would reduce fiscal year 26 agriculture discretionary spending, appropriations, if you will, by 2%. 2%. That would take us from $27.1 billion to $26.55 billion, a reduction of $542 million. That represents 0.007% of the total that the federal government is currently spending on an annualized basis. Not to put too fine a point on it, Mr. President, but if the federal budget were a 24-hour day,
Senator's time's expired.
this reduction represents about 7 seconds.
Mr. President,
Senator from North Dakota.
This amendment would be an across-the-board cut. We made targeted cuts, and we had to fully fund WIC, which was a significant increase. So our cuts are actually more than the 2% that the gentleman is talking about. I support his desire to reduce spending, but overall we're up a little over 1% with that significant increase of about 7% in WIC. So again, I think we've done this the right way. We still have to go to a conference with the House. They're about 5% below where we are, and so I would ask for a no vote on this amendment and defer to my colleague.
The Senator from Washington.
New Hampshire.
Oh, New Hampshire, excuse me. Thank you.
Close.
She's standing right next to you.
I want to agree with Chairman Hoeven. This amendment would apply an indiscriminate cut across a carefully negotiated bipartisan bill. It would create a funding shortfall for the WIC program, threaten the ability of the FDA to collect user fees, undermine farm loan programs, shortchange the nation's food safety enterprise, and hamper our ability to fight animal and plant diseases like bird flu and New World screwworm. I bet you didn't know what that was. So I urge my colleagues to join Senator Hoeven and me in opposing this amendment.
Question occurs on the amendment. The ayes and nays be requested. Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Also-Brooks. Ms. Baldwin. Mr. Banks. Mr. Barrasso. Mr. Bennett. Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Blunt-Rochester, Mr. Booker. Mr. Bozeman. Mrs. Brett. Mr. Budd. Ms. Cantwell. Mrs. Capito. Mr. Cassidy. Ms. Collins. Mr. Coons. Mr. Cornyn. Ms. Cortez Masto. Mr. Cotton. Mr. Kramer. Mr. Crapo. Mr. Cruz. Mr. Curtis. Mr. Daines. Ms. Duckworth. Mr. Durbin. Ms. Ernst. Mr. Fetterman. Mrs. Fisher. Mr. Gallego. Mrs. Gillibrand. Mr. Graham. Mr. Grassley. Mr. Haggerty. Ms. Hassan. Mr. Hawley. Mr. Heinrich. Mr. Hickenlooper. Ms. Hirono.
Josh.
Mr. Hoven. Mr. Husted. Mrs. Hyde-Smith. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Justice. Mr. Kane. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kennedy. Mr. Kim. Mr. King. Mr. Langford. Mr. Lee. Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey. Mr. Marshall. Mr. McConnell. Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Moreno, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin,
Get Marshall, 12 o'clock.
Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Banks, Barrasso, Budd, Curtis, Haggerty, Johnson, Kennedy, Lummis, Moody, Schmidt, Scott of Florida, Tuberville. Senators voting in the negative: Baldwin, Bennett, Blackburn, Blumenthal, Blunt Rochester, Booker, Bozeman, Britt, Cantwell, Collins, Kramer, Durbin, Ernst, Fetterman, Gillibrand, Grassley, Hassan, Hickenlooper, Hirono, Hoban, Justice, Kane, Kelly, Kim, King, Lujan, Markey, Marshall, McCormick, Merkley, Mullen, Murkowski, Murray, Ossoff, Padilla, Peters, Reed, Ricketts, Rosen, Schatz, Schiff, Schumer, Shaheen, Tillis, Warnock, Whitehouse, Wyden. Ms. Also Brooks, no. Mr. Murphy, no. Mr. Van Hollen, no. Ms. Smith, no. Ms. Cortez Masto, no. Ms. Warren, no. Mrs. Capito, no. Mr. Heinrich, no. Mr. Sanders, no. Mr. Moran, no. Mr. Rounds, no. Mr. Cotton, no. Mr. Graham, no. Mr. Hawley, aye. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, no. Ms. Klobuchar, no. Mr. Daines, no. Mr. Cruz, aye. Mrs. Fisher, no. Mr. Hawley, no. Mr. Lee, no. Mr. Sullivan, no. Mr. Husted, no. Mr. Crapo, no. Mrs. Hyde Smith, no. Mr. Langford, no. Mr. Cornyn, no. Mr. Moreno, no. Mr. Paul, aye. Mr. Wicker, no. Mr. Thune, no. Mr. Coons, no. Mr. Young, no. Ms. Slotkin, no. Mr. Warner, no. Mr. Risch, no. Mr. Sheehy, no.
On this bill, the yeas are 14, the nays are 81. The amendment is not agreed to.
Are you ready? Ready for you, Mr. President. Okay. Mr. President.
Senator from Florida.
I call up my amendment 3113 and ask that it be reported by number.
The clerk will report the amendment by number.
The senator from Florida, Mr. Scott, proposes an amendment number 3113 to amendment number 3411.
You got the right number? Okay. Mr. President.
Senator from Florida.
First and most importantly, I want to thank my colleagues for their work on these appropriation bills and the support of our agricultural community in this bill. Our nation is $37 trillion in debt and running $2 trillion deficits after years of Democrat grossly expanding federal spending. We have to start somewhere to get our out-of-control spending in check, and the president's budget is a great place to start. President Trump made a promise to the American people that he would bring fiscal sanity to our nation and turn the economy around. He wants to balance a budget, so do I. The president put forward a budget proposal that works toward that goal. We should be passing appropriation bills that respect his requests and the will of the American people. My amendment would put us closer to the president's budget request for the ag budget as he delivers on his promises to the American people. I encourage my colleagues to support my amendment and restore fiscal sanity.
Senator from North Dakota.
I support my colleague's efforts to find spending reductions. He does make a number of changes that go in line with the president's budget, but he does a number of things that absolutely will not work. For example, cuts ag research by more than 40%. Let me repeat that. He cuts ag research by more than 40%. Cuts the FSA, that's the most important agency for our farmers. That's out in farm country where they are, cuts that Farm Service Agency by 20%. Rural development, cut 20%. Technical assistance at NRCS by 80%. So again, we did make reductions. We actually reduced about 2%, but then we do fully fund WIC, which it causes the increase to 1%. I ask for a no vote on this amendment.
I would like to agree.
The senator from New Hampshire.
Thank you. I've moved to New Hampshire. I would like to agree with Senator Hoeven. This amendment really would undermine the serious bipartisan work that went into crafting a strong bill within the confines of our allocation, and I think Senator Hoeven made that point very well. It would slash a host of things that are critical to farmers, producers, and rural communities, hamstringing research and extension programs at land-grant universities, cutting funding for the Farm Service Agency, gutting rural development programs, eliminating the commodity supplemental food program that would rip away nutrition assistance for 700,000 seniors. I would urge my colleagues to join Senator Hoeven and me in opposing this amendment.
Questions on the amendment? Is there sufficient second? There appears to be. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks. Ms. Baldwin. Mr. Banks. Mr. Barrasso. Mr. Bennett. Mrs. Blackburn. Mr. Blumenthal. Thank you. Ms. Blunt Rochester. Mr. Booker. Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Britt, Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell. Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto. What's that?
Yours has to go out.
Yes.
And is the one down, is that on, or do I need to put that on?
Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo. Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth.
Now pending is the Scott of Florida amendment
Mr. Durbin. Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice. Here now. Thank you. Nope. Thank you. Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Lankford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Marino, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts. Thank you. Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer. Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina. Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Banks, Barrasso, Budd, Curtis, Ernst, Haggerty, Johnson, Kennedy, Lummis, Moody, Marino, Paul, Schmidt, and Scott of Florida. Senators voting in the negative: also Brooks, Baldwin, Bennett, Blackburn, Blunt-Rochester, Booker, Bozeman, Britt, Cantwell, Capito, Collins, Cornyn, Cortez Masto, Cotton, Kramer, Daines, Duckworth, Fetterman, Hassan, Hawley, Heinrich, Hickenlooper, Hirono, Hoven, Husted, Hyde-Smith, Kane, Kelly, Kim, King, Lankford, Lujan, Marshall, Merkley, Murray, Ossoff, Padilla, Peters, Reed, Ricketts, Rosen, Sanders, Schatz, Schiff, Scott of South Carolina, Shaheen, Smith, Sullivan, Tillis, Tuberville, Van Hollen, Warner, Warren, and Wicker. Mr. Markey, no. Mr. Grassley, no. Mrs. Fisher, no. Mr. Justice, no. Not yet, not yet. Mr. Lee, aye. Mr. Murphy, no. Mr. Risch, no. Mr. Thune, no. Mr. Mullen, no. Mr. Wyden, no. Mr. Crapo, no. Ms. Murkowski, no. Mr. Sheehy, no. Mr. Blumenthal, no. Mr. Graham, no. Mrs. Gillibrand, no. Mr. Whitehouse, no. Mr. Cruz, no. Mr. Schumer, no. Mr. Warnock, no. Mr. Durbin, no. Ms. Klobuchar, no. Mr. Moran, no. Mr. McCormick, no. Mr. Coons, no. Mr. Rounds, no. Ms. Slotkin, no. Mr. Young, no.
Stop. On this vote, the yeas are 15, the nays are 81, and the amendment is not agreed to. Senator from Wisconsin.
Mr. President, I call up my amendment number 3428 and ask that it be reported by number.
The clerk will report the amendment by number.
Senator from Wisconsin, Mr. Johnson, proposes an amendment number 3428 to amendment number 3411.
Mr. President.
Senator from Wisconsin.
The late, great Senator Tom Coburn referred to earmarks as the gateway drug to runaway spending. In testimony before the House in 2018, he stated, I have witnessed
The Senate will be in order.
testimony before the House in 2018, he stated, "I've witnessed earmarking up close and know it is inherently corrupt. Earmarks were abused as a form of currency to buy and sell votes of politicians and to reward political supporters." Convicted super lobbyist Jack Abramoff affectionately called the earmark system, quote, "the favor factory." Mr. President, I'm sad to report that the favor factory is up and running. About $1.3 billion worth of earmarks in this bill alone. My amendment acknowledges the reality that those of us who are opposed to earmarks are grossly outnumbered. So as hard as we try to ban them, we won't be able to. So my amendment simply tries to prevent earmarks being used as a quasi-campaign contribution. So members can talk about the earmarks in official Senate proceedings, subcommittee hearings, committee hearings, on the floor, in official Senate publications. But if they go on media, if they send out press releases, if they use them in ads, those earmarks are automatically rescinded. If people really don't believe that this is a favor factory, this amendment should pass 100-0. I urge a yes vote.
The Senator from Washington.
Mr. President, the Appropriations Committee takes very seriously the oversight and accountability of every CDS request. The projects and certifications for each item are posted on both the committee website and members' official websites. Senators have to certify that neither they nor any immediate family member has a financial interest in the item request, and GAO, which is Congress's nonpartisan auditor, conducts an analysis of selected projects every year. The Johnson Amendment would prohibit virtually any public communication about CDS and make the process less transparent. This amendment states the remedy for breaking that new rule, for telling our constituents what we are doing, is to rescind that CDS. This is an important way for senators to advocate for their states and communities through investments in local projects like improving transportation, drinking water infrastructure, workforce programs, child care centers. This amendment would take away your ability to be responsive to your communities. We absolutely should be letting our constituents know what we are doing here and what we are advocating for. I strongly urge you to oppose this amendment.
Questions on the amendment? Is there sufficient second? There appears to be. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Also-Brooks, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Blunt-Rochester, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Britt, Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly.
Josh, are we going back into executive session, or is it as if, I'm hoping it's back in exec when we do those last three noms?
Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Marino, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Banks, Blackburn, Budd, Crapo, Curtis, Daines, Ernst, Johnson, Kennedy, Lankford, Lee, Lummis, Moody, Marino, Paul, Risch, and Scott of Florida. Senators voting in the negative: Alsobrooks, Baldwin, Bennett, Blumenthal, Blunt Rochester, Bozeman, Britt, Cantwell, Capito, Collins, Coons, Cornyn, Cortez Masto, Cotton, Kramer, Durbin, Fetterman, Fisher, Gillibrand, Graham, Grassley, Hassan, Hirono, Hoven, Husted, Hyde-Smith, Justice, Kim, King, Klobuchar, Lujan, Markey, McCormick, Merkley, Murkowski, Murphy, Murray, Ossoff, Padilla, Reed, Ricketts, Rosen, Round, Sanders, Schiff, Schmidt, Schumer, Scott of South Carolina, Sheehy, Slotkin, Smith, Sullivan, Thune, Tillis, Warner, Warnock, and Wicker. Mr. Hickenlooper, no. Mr. Van Hollen, no. Mr. Whitehouse, no. Mr. Barrasso, no. Mr. Booker, no. Mr. Peters, no. Mrs. Shaheen, no. Mr. Schatz, no. Mr. Marshall, aye. Mr. Kane, no. Mr. Heinrich, no. Mr. Young, no. Mr. Cruz, aye. Mr. Hawley, aye. Mr. Wyden, no. Mr. Tuberville, no. Mr. Kelly, no. Ms. Duckworth, no. Ms. Warren, no. Mr. Mullen, no.
Brad, can I ask you a question?
Mr. Moran, no. Mr. Haggerty, aye.
On this vote, the yeas were 21, the nays were 75, and the amendment does not pass. We're,
President.
The senator from Maine.
May I have order, please?
Senate will be in order.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Please take your conversations out of the chamber. Thank you. Senator from Maine.
Thank you, Mr. President. First, Mr. President, let me announce to our colleagues that we are on...
Senators, please. Thank you.
Mr. President, let me announce to our colleagues that we are on the verge of an accomplishment that we have not done since 2018, and that is pass appropriations bills across the Senate floor prior to the August recess. That is exercising our constitutional responsibility for the power of the purse. And it would not have happened without the extraordinarily hard work of the members of the Appropriations Committee. My colleague, the Vice Chair, Patty Murray, Senator Murray, has been determined to reach this goal. I also want to commend the leadership of the Military Construction, Veterans Affairs, Agriculture, and I hope legislative branch subcommittees for their work on the fiscal year 2026 bills. Again, Mr. President, I think we can all be pleased that the Senate lived up to its responsibilities tonight. And let me just end by thanking Leader Thune for bringing these bills to the Senate floor. Thank you, Mr. President.
The senator from Washington.
Mr. President, I echo the thanks to all of our subcommittee, committee members, and especially to our chair of our committee, Senator Collins, all of our staff, everyone who's worked really hard to get here. These are good bipartisan bills. They make crucial investments to help all of our farms and families and veterans and service members thrive. I urge a yes vote. I believe Congress should decide how to spend taxpayer dollars. This is how we do it. Vote yes.
The question occurs on the amendment 3411 as amended.
Ask for the ayes and nays.
Is there sufficient second? There appears to be. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks. Ms. Baldwin. Mr. Banks. Mr. Barrasso. Mr. Bennett. Mrs. Blackburn. Mr. Blumenthal. Ms. Rochester. Thank you. Mr. Booker. Mr. Bozeman. I got you. Thank you. Mrs. Britt. Mr. Budd. Ms. Cantwell. Mrs. Capito. Mr. Cassidy. Ms. Collins. Mr. Coons. Mr. Cornyn. Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis. Thank you, I got you. Mr. Daines. Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin. Thank you. Ms. Ernst. Mr. Fetterman. Mrs. Fisher. Mr. Gallego. Mrs. Gillibrand. Mr. Graham. Mr. Grassley. Thank you. Mr. Haggerty. Ms. Hassan. Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich. Mr. Hickenlooper. Thank you. Ms. Serrano. Mr. Hoven. Mr. Husted. Mrs. Hyde-Smith. Mr. Johnson. I got you. Graham. I got you. Mr. Kane. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kennedy. Mr. Kim, Mr. King. And you're an aye. Mr. Moran, Mr. Marino, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff,
Mr. Padilla. Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters. Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts. Mr. Risch. Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds. Mr. Sanders. Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt. Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina. Mrs. Shaheen. Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin. Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan. Mr. Thune. Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen. You did. Mr. Warner. Mr. Warnock. Ms. Warren. Mr. Welch. Mr. Whitehouse. Mr. Wicker. Mr. Wyden. Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Also Brooks, Baldwin, Banks, Barrasso, Bennett, Blackburn, Blumenthal, Blunt-Rochester, Bozeman, Britt, Budd, Cantwell, Capito, Collins, Coons, Cornyn, Cortez Masto, Cotton, Kramer, Crapo, Cruz, Curtis, Daines, Duckworth, Durbin, Ernst, Fetterman, Fisher, Gillibrand, Graham, Grassley, Haggerty, Hassan, Hawley, Heinrich, Hirono, Hoven, Husted, Heidsmith, Kane, Kelly, Kennedy, Kim, King, Langford, Lujan, Marshall, McCormick, Merkley, Moody, Marino, Murphy, Murray, Reed, Rosen, Rounds, Schmidt, Schumer, Scott of Florida, Scott of South Carolina, Shaheen, Sheehy, Smith, Tillis, Tuberville, Van Hollen, and Young. Mr. Ossoff, aye. Ms. Lummis. Senators voting in the negative: Lummis, Padilla, Paul, and Warren. Mr. Johnson, aye. Mr. Booker, no. Mr. Schiff, no. Mr. Warnock, aye. Mr. Sanders, aye. Mr. Wicker, aye. Mr. Hickenlooper, no. Mr. Risch, aye. Mr. Wyden, no. Mr. Hickenlooper, aye. Mr. Moran? Aye. Mr. Markey? No. Mr. Justice, aye. Mr. Sanders? No. Mr. Sullivan, aye. Ms. Murkowski? Aye. Mr. Lee? Aye. Mr. Wyden? Aye. Mr. Whitehouse? Aye. Mr. Mullen? Aye. Ms. Klobuchar, aye. Mr. Ricketts, aye. Mr. Thune, aye. Mr. Schatz, aye. Mr. Murphy? No. Ms. Slotkin, aye. Mr. Warner, aye. Mr. Peters, aye.
Okay. On this vote, the yeas are 87, the nays are 9. The 60-vote threshold having been achieved, the amendment, as amended, is agreed to. The clerk will read the title of the bill for the third time.
Calendar number 121, H.R. 3944, an act making appropriations for military construction, the Department of Veterans Affairs and related agencies for the fiscal year ending September 30, 2026, and for other purposes.
The question occurs on the passage of the bill as amended. Is there sufficient second? There appears to be. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks. Ms. Baldwin. Mr. Banks. Mr. Barrasso. Mr. Bennett. Mr. Bennett. Mrs. Blackburn. Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Blunt-Rochester, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Britt, Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Marino, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla.
Yes. No, she does not have it. I thought I saw him. He's right there. You get Lee? And Mullen? Okay.
Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen.
Was that just Blackburn who said that? No, I had just
Mr. Warner. Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Baldwin, Banks, Blackburn, Blount-Rochester, Bozeman, Britt, Budd, Cantwell, Collins, Cortez Masto, Cotton, Kramer, Crapo, Cruz, Curtis, Durbin, Ernst, Fisher, Gillibrand, Graham, Grassley, Haggerty, Hassan, Hickenlooper, Hirono, Husted, Hyde-Smith, Johnson, Justice, Kelly, Kennedy, Kim, King, Klobuchar, Langford, Lee, Lujan, Marshall, McCormick, Merkley, Moody, Moran, Marino, Mullen, Murray, Peters, Reed, Risch, Scott of Florida, Scott of South Carolina, Shaheen, Sheehy, Smith, Sullivan, Thune, Tillis, Tuberville, Warner, Warnock, Whitehouse, Wicker, Wyden, Young. Mr. Heinrich, aye. Mr. Hoven, aye. Mr. Van Hollen, aye. Senators voting, Ms. Murkowski, aye. Senators voting in the negative: Booker, Lummis, Paul, Sanders, and Schiff. Ms. Rosen, aye. Ms. Also Brooks, aye. Mr. Kane, aye.
Who was the third one?
Mr. Blumenthal, aye. Ms. Warren, no. Mr. Ossoff, aye. Mr. Fetterman, aye. Mr. Markey, no. Mr. Bennett, aye. Mr. Hickenlooper. Mr. Hawley, aye. Mr. Cornyn, aye. Mr. Padilla, no. Mr. Barrasso, aye. Mr. Schatz, aye. Mr. Daines, aye. Mr. Ricketts, aye. Ms. Duckworth, aye. Mr. Schumer, aye. Mr. Murphy, no. Mr. Schmidt, aye. Mr. Coons, aye. Ms. Slotkin, aye. Mrs. Capito. Mrs. Capito, aye. Mr. Rounds. Mr. Rounds, aye.
Okay. On this vote, the yeas are 87 and the nays are 9. The 60-vote threshold having been achieved, the bill as amended is passed. The senator from Oklahoma.
Call up my amendment number 3412 and ask that it be reported by number.
The clerk will report.
The senator from Oklahoma, Mr. Mulligan, proposes amendment number 3412.
Thank you, Mr. President. I come to the floor to ask my colleagues to support this fiscal year 2026 legislative branch bill.
Can the Senate be in order, please? I really don't care. Senator will proceed.
This is a solid bipartisan bill that meets the needs of Congress and supports our agencies, especially the Sergeant at Arms and the Capitol Police, in a very fiscal responsible manner. I commit to my colleagues to continue working in a bipartisan manner to address the best path forward for all of our security needs, from the members to our families and to the friends that may be around us. It's challenging, I understand that, and I commit to you guys all that I will work to meet those needs. We've had a bipartisan commitment from both sides, and I hear your all's concerns. We will get those addressed, but this amendment moves us in the right direction. So with that, I encourage all my colleagues to vote for this bill.
The senator from New Mexico.
Mr. President, thank you to Chair Collins and Vice Chair Murray. The legislative branch bill is the smallest of the bills produced by the Senate Appropriations Committee, but is really one of the most important because it helps make sure that the legislature maintains its role as a separate and equal branch of government. And it's no secret that this balance of power enshrined by the founders in our Constitution could not be more important than it is today. To be an effective check and balance to the executive branch, Congress and our support agencies need adequate resources to carry out our responsibilities. This bill allocates those resources, allowing us to do the jobs that we were elected to do for the people of this nation. Like most bills, each side got some of what they wanted, some of what they didn't, but like any good legislation, we continued to find common ground across the aisle on so many important points. And this includes a continued focus on investments in constituent services and security, oversight, and campus operations. It also includes placeholders for several important security-related activities that Chair Mullen and I have collectively agreed to further develop and appropriately fund in conference based on additional information that we expect to receive from the Sergeant at Arms and the Capitol Police. I want to especially thank Chair Mullen and his clerk, Molly McCarty, for the incredible work with us on the legislative branch bill and report, and demonstrating their commitment to continuing to work with me to provide the resources necessary to protect all of us. I also want to thank Richard Braddock and my team for their work to develop this bipartisan bill. I believe this legislation provides a bipartisan package supporting our most critical needs, and I would really urge all of our colleagues to vote in favor. Thank you, Mr. President.
Can we ask senators to take their conversations off the Senate floor? Senator from Louisiana. Senator from Louisiana.
I And the reason we're voting on this bill separately, and I'm going to vote no, and I would like to explain why. I'm not telling any of you to vote no. I'm just telling you to follow your heart, but take your brain with you. As best I can tell, every bill that has come out of the Appropriations Committee has represented an increase in spending. This bill, which is our bill, it funds the legislative branch, has the largest increase in spending. I think we can do better. That's not a reflection of the conscientious and thoughtful work done by my colleagues, both of whom just spoke. I just think we need to set an example. And when we're increasing our spending 6% and others less, we're sending a message that we're special. And I don't think we are. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Voice vote.
Questions on the amendment?
Oh, yeas and nays.
Is there sufficient second? There appears to be. Okay, there appears to be. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks. Ms. Baldwin. Mr. Banks. Mr. Barrasso. Mr. Bennett. Mrs. Blackburn. Mr. Blumenthal. Ms. Blunt Rochester. Mr. Booker. Mr. Bozeman. Mrs. Britt. Mr. Budd. Ms. Cantwell. Mrs. Capito. Mr. Cassidy. Ms. Collins. Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley. Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Marino, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young, Senators voting in the affirmative: Alsobrooks, Baldwin, Bennett, Blackburn, Blumenthal, Blunt Rochester, Booker, Bozeman, Britt, Budd, Capito, Collins, Cornyn, Cortez Masto, Cotton, Kramer, Crapo, Cruz, Curtis, Daines, Duckworth, Durbin, Ernst, Fetterman, Fisher, Gillibrand, Graham, Grassley, Haggerty, Hassan, Hawley, Heinrich, Hickenlooper, Hirono, Hyde-Smith, Justice, Kane, Kelly, Kim, King, Langford, Lujan, McCormick, Merkley, Moran, Marino, Mullen, Murkowski, Murray, Ossoff, Peters, Reed, Ricketts, Risch, Rosen, Schumer, Scott of South Carolina, Shaheen, Sheehy, Smith, Sullivan, Tillis, Tuberville, Van Hollen, Warnock, Whitehouse, Wicker, and Young. Senators voting in the negative: Banks, Husted, Johnson, Kennedy, Lee, Lummis, Markey, Moody, Murphy, Padilla, Paul, Schiff, Scott of Florida, and Warren. Mr. Sanders, no. Mr. Hoven, aye. Ms. Cantwell, aye. Mr. Barrasso, aye. Ms. Klobuchar, aye. Mr. Coons, aye. Mr. Schmidt, aye. Mr. Thune, aye. Mr. Schatz, aye. Mr. Wyden, aye. Mr. Warner, aye. Mr. Rounds, aye. Mr. Marshall, aye. Ms. Lotkin, aye.
On this vote, the ayes are 81, the nays are 15, and the amendment is agreed to. Majority Democrat
We have
Leader.
some order, please, Mr. President. I'll be brief. So we have now passed 3 appropriation bills, helping our farmers, helping our veterans, helping our security. It shows that when both sides want to work together, we can get things done. We hope we can make the same kind of progress on further appropriations bills that we've made on these. I yield the floor.
Majority Leader.
Mr. President, I want to just congratulate Chair Collins, Vice Chair Murray, members of the Senate Appropriations Committee, the committee sub-chairs this evening. I know at least on our side, Chair Bozeman, Chair Hoven, Chair Mullen, in getting a package of appropriation bills across the floor. It is a major accomplishment and something that I hope is a pattern for things to come. And so I would say thank you to all who worked so hard to get us to this point, including the many members of your staff who've worked night and day these last several weeks. And the committee continues to report out with big bipartisan margins, appropriations bills, and I hope we can get some more of them on the floor soon. So again, congrats to the members of the committee, and let's vote.
Under the previous order, the Senate will resume executive session in consideration of the Rinaldi nomination. The question is on the nomination. Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks, Ms. Baldwin,